Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 8 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies. That could be interesting. Alrighty. So Onyx is in first place. JR is in second. Loren takes over second. JR is in third. That's interesting. I killed some epics. So I killed some epics that did not kill me. I guess that's the Lancer soul that changed things. Alrighty, Lauren is in first place, Onyx is in second, JR is in third, and I think we're kind of done. There we go. Yeah, of course we continue with a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And Balloon Buster. Alrighty, past 8 a.m. Time to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. And fairies. I am above 25, so that's a last refresh. And that is that. So, how this is going to turn out, sorry about the blip. Sorry about the blip. Hit the wrong button. Should probably move that button somewhere else. And now to visit the viewer side shop, where, as slow as it is, Lancers are getting purchased. Let me check something first, because that didn't look right. Come on. You know you wanna. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Lancers get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I am above 55. I get a second refresh. I am above 60, so that's a last refresh. And that is that. To adjust something. Alrighty, and good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you, that you are energized for the rest of it. Nothing to say about my Monday. It went very much according to what it should have. To update that. If I don't do it now, I won't remember to do it at all. Today Being Tuesday, it is Read and Correct this morning. For those who are new to this is when I read a chapter from my stories and correct it as I go. Because I record those, I will be ignoring the chat while it's happening, and so anything said in it will be addressed once I'm done with the chapter. And should a chapter run long, StreamYard Battle will be pushed back. So, to minimize the chances of that happening, I am starting now with confirming the microphone is on, realizing the desktop audio is still off for some reason. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. Hey, but it plays. Thank you for dropping by. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 92 of The Captain's Heart. Lodging is still vacant. The captain's announcement came. Hope is still there. That won't be the case for long. It's been brought to my attention that new food have been realized. Congratulations on are given to those responsible. Jeremy kept himself from paying too close attention to what was said to keep the programming from noticing it. He focused on adjusting the weight machine's new sensors. If he could get them calibrated, he hoped they could be programmed to scan him as he worked and adjust the weight for the workout he wanted without having to rely on his flawed expectations of what he was capable of handling. You'd have to get medical's help with that, but it should be doable without having one of them show up, or worse, having to brave the ship's corridor. I don't think I can do this, he said, looking at the door. I'll escort you to your apartment then, the psychologist said. He glared at her. Aren't you supposed to be pushing me to deal with that stuff? He knew his anger was misdirected, but the door didn't care while she'd react in some way. She rolled her eyes at him. Ah, yes, because you two have some misconception of what my role here is. Me too? She nodded. I'll support you. I'll be here to help you if things don't go well, but the decision has to be yours. She motioned to the door. You have to be the one to decide you are ready to face what's behind it. Fuck being ready. He stepped to the door and slammed a hand on the blue open button. It obeyed, and he froze on seeing them standing on the other end of the room. Them, his agents. The program told them they're to do what he instructed to him. Since he resisted the call, he barely noticed her reach past him to tap the door control as he wrestled for his mind. They weren't here because he'd told them. Jeremy had arranged it for his friends to be here. He had messaged each of them individually and asked for their help in the next part of his treatment, learning to be among these hated creatures again. To be with his friends, he told the programming. If it wasn't for it, he'd be comfortable with the idea of stepping into that room. But he was doing it that it wanted him or not. No, he was doing it because it didn't want him to. He stepped across the threshold, distracting himself from the mounting discomfort by working out why the door had remained open all this time. It didn't know he was there. They usually closed after a few seconds, even if he didn't tap the... That was what she'd done. Locked the door into in its open mode. Hi, Toro greeted him, not moving from the other side of the room. The word had Jeremy clamped down on the urge to run away, to flee to the safety of his quarters, where they never get to him. Like that door would stop them if they decided they wanted in. Atarikna, by herself, could probably cut it out of the frame with what she had on her. Flee, the programming demanded. Flee the ship, flee back to Earth, where they'll accept him as he is. Where they'll accept him as he... Okay, this needs to be kept. things. Flee. The programming commander, flee the ship, flee back to Earth, where they'll accept him as he is, where they'll see to it he gets better, where he will be kept safe. He snorted and was aware of the exchange looks. Humans didn't have his safety in mind, his happiness. He didn't understand why him being different scared them so much. He wasn't the only one, after all, the way he initially thought. There had been at least one other back on that station. They hadn't said it, but it had been there. Exchanged looks among things almost said. Hi, he finally replied and gave a wave for good measure. I'm glad you all agreed to come. I'm sorry if I'm a nervous wreck right now. It's all right, Genial said. We'll keep our distances. Fuck that. He stepped towards them, his friends. Those who had made his stay here easier just by being around him, reminding him that while he was the only human on the ship, he wasn't alone. They stepped faltered halfway to them. The programming clamored they lied. They weren't his friend, they were his enemies. They wanted to twist him into a version that was wrong, that would want him to have his way, crave him. He couldn't actively think about how he'd already wanted that, so he focused on contradicting the programming. They weren't there for him. He barely knew any of them. He barely knew any of them existed. The only two, no, three. The programming almost won on noticing the one person he hadn't invited. He swallowed. What was the engineer doing here? Which of his supposedly friends had told him about it, brought him? He was the agent, the programming proclaimed. The others were safe, but he was a danger. He was close to the enemy. A friend of him. Run. Fuck no. Xeniel knew him, but they were antagonistic. He'd often said how the quartermaster seemed to plot with their goddess of madness. But the engineer? Run. I fucking told you now. Shut up about that already. Engineer? What are you doing here? I raised that eyebrow at Tilted Ear. Really? You have to ask? He's been asking how you were doing every time I arrived for my shift, Prateros said. A look of disbelief, a glare directed at his friend. Then the expression was stern, arms crossed over his chest. Well, when are you coming back to work? Except that was concern in the tilt of the ear. Was that concern in the tilt of the ear? Not the annoyance of a boss asking after someone working under him. But that would mean he thought they were... How may I address you? Jeremy asked. Another raised eyebrow tilted ear again, but he didn't voice the sentiment this time. Outside of engineering, you can address me as Alexiana Karan Debaran. The eyes narrowed, a warning against ever thinking of addressing him such within engineering. Thank you, Alexiana Karan Debaran. You can address me as Jeremy Bradshaw. Alexiana Karan threw his arm up. Really? What did you think I was going to call you? He froze. Jeremy realized he had backed up at the outburst. I apologize, Jeremy Bradshaw. I didn't intend to scare you. Oh, no intention was ever needed, Turek said under his breath. What was that, technician? Nothing, engineer. I have a rule, Jeremy said, worried this might escalate and send him running. They looked at him, and he didn't understand why. They're waiting for you to establish that rule, the psychologist said softly. Right. He took a breath. Since it's supposed to be only my friends in this room, there aren't going to be any titles when you are with me as friends. Alexiana Karan Debaran narrowed his eyes. Yes, that means you too. I'm not going to have my friends asserting ranks around me. I'm not saying you have to be friends with the rest of the rest of the time, but you'll act like you are around me. The engineer looked at the others as if he was judging them. Xeniel snorted. Don't even try to act like we haven't fucked. That doesn't make us friend, Xenial. But my short name does. Fine, he said, as if it was the most difficult decision he could make. But don't one of you think I'll treat them differently when you're in engineering? Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the psychologist smile, which meant that learning to keep thought from the programming had also taught him not to project. That goes for you too, psychologist. Yes, I've got... She stared at him. You've helped me this far. I think we've moved past needing titles. How may I address you? She searched his face while he knew. She searched his face. Okay, this is a different. While he knew he couldn't sense her poking in his head, he figured she was double checking his intention. His intention. You may address me as Leah Tergrobar, she said finally, at least when you aren't seeing me as a patient. He nodded and stilled himself to catch up with his friends in person. She laughed at me, he typed. Here I am, unburdening myself about how I am a failure for not managing to reach engineering, and she laughed. Yes, she has shown a surprisingly lack of professionalism with me too a few times. He actively didn't think with whom he was having the typed conversation. Just one of his friends, as far as the programming was concerned. Are you looking forward to being on the planet? No, it's going to be work nearly the entire time. My parents are on the night side from where I'll be, and they'll be sleeping still by the time I'm back on the ship. You could take time to go see them, you know. I'm pretty sure they aren't going to be anywhere near anytime. Pretty sure we aren't going to be needed anytime soon. The longer I'm on the planet, the more chances trouble might find me. The people interested don't always play fair. I should at least get to know them. You should at least let them know that you're here. They should get to decide if you're worth making time to see. I will. But they are both busy people. Mother is the anthropologist for a learning center. Father's forester for the district. I expect they'll message me and hope things go well during the meeting, and that's all. Still, give them the choice. He wished he could make the severity noticeable in writing. If he had a chance to visit his parents, he wouldn't hesitate. Or would he? He tried to work out if this was the programming, or if he'd somehow come to terms with what they had done to him. The programming didn't give his opinion. It wasn't as loud as it had been, which had led to Jeremy forgetting it was there a time or two and sending himself into a panic spiral when he thought of him as anything other than a threat that had taken work to get himself out of. But his life was getting back to some sort of normalcy. Once he was able to get back to work, it would be as good as he could manage at the moment. He stood at the threshold, looking in at them, working. Not them. They were no longer enemies, just Gelsarians going about their work, which made his discomfort worrisome. If this wasn't the programming, why wasn't he stepping in and going back to work? For months now, this was one of the two things he'd been working towards. And here it was. So why wasn't he going in? Alexei Nakaran Debaran pulled himself out from the open panel in the reactor and looked at the circuit in the light. He reached back, pulled the tool bag out, and stood. A few taps on the console, checking readouts, more taps, a nod, and he put the panel cover back in place. He turned and looked at Jeremy. Well, he demanded, are you going to stand there all shift long? Our shift, or are you finally going to start working? There's a console over there that's been waiting for you longer than it has any business to. Yes, of course, engineer. He entered engineering and headed for the console he'd been directed to. Well, Proteros said. If it isn't the engineer's favorite technician, finally back to work. Finally, Turek said from the other console. He'll be able to distract him so we don't have to work so hard anymore. You two know I can leave and claim to still be scared of all of you, right? And you three know I can see you're not working. The engineer called. Shift's not over. Get to it, or demand to be transferred to another ship. Nope. Him getting back isn't going to make our lives any easier, Bertiro said. Jeremy set to work, grinning. And this concludes chapter 92 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Ekla! Welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for dropping by. Forgetting to write down my notes. All right, so that says April 3rd. So we're looking at the 5th. What are you up to today, But It Plays? What's on your schedule? One third of the way into your planned content yesterday, got lightheaded, ended up sleeping for 14 hours. I guess you needed the sleep. Hey, Cool Imp. 3,500 word yesterday. Congratulations. Part of you wants to go back to what you were doing. The other part says you really should do it on camera. So you're torn. I kind of wish I could help because I've gotten to the point where if I'm going to do something that matters, I want to do it on camera at all times. Like there are literally times where I'll be on the gaming and I have nothing to do and I go, "Oh, you know what? I could play this small games." And I'm going, "Yeah, but it's not worth streaming for 15 minutes." And I don't play. Or if I end up playing it, it feels like I'm disappointing. Like it, yeah, it's meh. Right. If that is how you feel, how complex is it to do it on camera, to set things up to do it on camera? You already set up for the thing you want to do for today, so that's say not sure if whatever was wrong yesterday was healed. Ah. When it comes to health, my personal thought process is err on the side of healing rather than the side of pushing. So if you aren't sure if you are healed, take a day. Don't do it. Continue taking a break, rest, and 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 yeah. So just just relax. Doing backend stuff, getting a couple more commands set up, organize OBS, not pushing in on a or on a schedule. Cool. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies, and we are off. Yeah, it looks like I was able to do one kill without blowing myself up. And then Tattoo Lovers in first place. Olzux is in second. Shallow is in third. A lot of people have killed epics, and we are taking on the last batch of enemies. And yeah, this time we've got this. Got a bunch of bakers throwing bread around, although that's pretty much arrow bread. And we're done. We have won. Tattoo Lover is in first place, 8 kill, 15 assist. Shalo is in second place, 11 kill, 6 assist. Kahira is in third, 16 kill. We've got gold, we've got flying rogues, we've got no one claiming them. So, Kahira gets wings, Holzuk gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. What was what? But it plays. And what do we have? Place archers, place archers. So I guess we're placing archers. Something I said sounded like a lot like naughty words. Okay. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. I don't know what it might have been because I talked about bakers, about their attack looking like arrows instead of bread, but eh. Alrighty. It was before that. Okay. If you're paying half attention, it's twice as much as I deserve, so thank you. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming I have the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 93 of The Captain's Heart. As always, when stepping onto Turek reach from the ship, Gurkhan felt a sense of excitement. Only a shuttle ride, and he would be on Kelser proper, home. For all the difficulties his visit to the visit to his home world would caused him, for as much as he aimed to stay away, it was good to be home. He'd made the announcement, letting the crew and civilians know they could disembark, had reminded them they were only here. Don't know why I split that up. They were only here for a few days, longer than he'd prefer, but he needed to give them time to enjoy being back. The civilians were leaving the ship from the main dock access. He and the pack, looking over their charges, were at a less used access, waiting to hand over their charges to those to hand them over to those who would bring them the last part of the way to their full release. Incoming, the beta said at the same time Gragaron saw the pack approaching. Isn't that a lot of them? One of the hunters commented. He counted 18 in civilian security uniform. Just who do they think we're handling them? We're handing them. Another said, keep in mind they're civilians. Another added, in a tone Gragaron didn't like. A sense of superiority tended to happen among the hunters. They received harsher training, saw the front lines early, and they were the god's hunters. But he tried to ensure they retained a respect for the other parts of Kelsor's security apparatus. Stand, the beta ordered in a normal tone, and he heard the hunters straighten, become alert. Now, under the eyes of their peers was not the time for reprimand. The large pack stopped, and their leader continued, a female with straight bearing and silver fur. Captain. She greeted him, then looked the hunters over without reacting. I'm Sergeant Karimar del Jirim Dorfikina. I'm here to relieve you of your prisoners. Released prisoners, he corrected. Their sentence are over. Of course. I'll take them off your hands now. Beta, you and your packs are released from your duty. You performed well. Thank you, Alpha. They turned and headed back into the ship. You, she motioned to his charges to the center of the hallway. Stand there. Form up, she ordered when they were in position, and the security pack moved to encircle them. She added, that's a lot of them. Maybe stand there from. She ordered when they were in position, and the security pack moved to encircle them. Move to. And that's stand around them. I'm gonna have to tolerate it. She stopped, and he walked. She headed for them, and he walked with her. She stopped and faced him. Where do you think you're going? With you. If you're going down, take a shuttle like everyone else. We don't do passenger. You're heading for the release center, correct? Of course. I have business at the administration building. It's simpler if I go with you. We don't do passenger. She repeated, tone clipped. Indulge me, Sergeant. I'm sure the leadership will be pleased. I'm there early. I'm there early with your help. He saw her look for a way to refuse him, but with the statement of gratitude came the implication the leadership would be displeased if he was late. While civilian security didn't fall under the leadership's direct control, all agencies keeping Kelsor safe talked, and that displeasure might make its way down the trail until she felt it. If you come with us, I can't guarantee your safety from them. He canted in near. Sergeant? They were on my ship for more than 5 months. Just what do you think we did with them? Locked them in cells and forgot they were there until we arrived? They were housed among my hunters. I interacted with them directly. But rest assured that if they decide to cause trouble on the flight down, I will not need your protection. Her ears folded back in restrained anger. Fine, she said in an even tone. I have warned you. If anything happens, that is on you. She headed for her pack. Look sharp. We have a passenger heading for the leadership. He saw worry tilt into ears. He expected they weren't used to having someone with more authority accompany them. They probably enjoyed a level of relaxation when it was only them and their charges. They wouldn't be willing to indulge in his presence. The walk to the security shuttle was tense with glances in his direction they probably thought were discreet. Another female huddled with their leader as they walked and didn't hide her anger when she pointed at him. He did his best not to judge them. Civilians weren't held to the same standard as hunters or even the military, and it was just one flight. They'd get over the discomfort at some point. The flight was tense the entire way. He had a sense He had a sense they'd expected him to leave the shuttle once it was obvious the only seating available was with their charges, under restraint. He chose to stand. He stood for the 2 hours the flight took. It earned him a mix of anger and admiration from the security pack that left him wondering what kind of training they'd received. Standing was almost exclusively a Hunter Alpha position, but they had to have received some training to resist duress. When the shuttle's door opened, they were the ones who showed relief. Figured that if not for their duty to their charges, they might have rushed out. They deactivated the restraints and escorted them outside. He followed them at a distance and let them deal with their superior. A male with gray fur and a torn ear, he was surprised to realize he knew. The sergeant pointed to him, and the male glanced, returned to her, and then stared, his ears straight in surprise. He motioned for them to take their charges further away and headed toward Grogran. "Don't tell me," Grogran said, "that they gave a no-teeth washout like you a rank." The male only stopped when their nose pad touched. "I'll have you know that washing out of the hunter training still overqualifies me to run these civilians, Alpha Captain Grogran Sel El Ravnir." The last he said mockingly, his grin showing a full set of teeth. Grogran pulled the male into a hug. "You did well for yourself, Artemir. Although last I heard, you were applying to the military." His friend shoved him away. "Do you have any idea how those people are? It's all follow my orders, never mind what they want. At least as a civilian, when the gods set me on the scent, I can see what it's about." He nodded to the people waiting for him. "I need to see to them. You want to go to my place after that and catch up? Leadership is waiting for me." A valid excuse, and one that didn't require to explain further. "As soon as they're free, I'll have to go deal with them. You don't have to stay. I'll take care of them." "I know, but they were my charge for over 5 months. I want to see them free." With a nod, Artemir headed for the others. Grogran kept his distance. "Welcome home," he greeted them. "I know the journey to get here was hard and that you are unsure what comes now. Now comes whatever you decide. Who you were ceased to be when you were sent to the incarceration center. Who you were there remained there. Under the gods, you are born anew. Only what you do now will apply to you. Choose well, and you can build a good life. Fall back on who you were before, and you will have to look to the gods for help. I know the way forward seems daunting, but you are not alone. If you choose to ask for help, retraining is here to assist you. Take what you knew and help you apply it to a new life you want to build, to the new life you want to build. If that reminds you too much of who you were, we have an education center specializing in teaching you new skills that will help you with your new life. If you ask, we will help you." He looked them over. "The decision is yours. You are now free." They looked confused, and Gagarin could understand them somewhat. Even on the ship, they hadn't been truly free. He always had someone around ready to help or to keep them from causing trouble. They probably didn't remember what freedom meant, the danger it represented. But their lives were in their hands now. He'd seen them home. Now he needed to see to his troubles. The only person on the leadership judgment board he knew was the Admiral Thromacarim Omerita Mil Selstafe, who sat in the center of the crescent-shaped table. On his left were a male and female, and two females on his right. Tom hadn't been able to tell him who would be sitting on his judgment, since, unless there was a reason to do otherwise, they were picked out of a pool of officers and administrators who had the applicable knowledge. His friends had confirmed this was about the Earthers, not that Gagarin had needed the confirmation. He'd also confirmed the leadership had officially canceled their shepherding, which meant that regardless of how the Admiral felt, too many had agreed that the Earthers had gone too far to be acceptable. I'm guessing you feel pretty proud right now," the Admiral said. "I'm not aware I've done anything to warrant pride, Admiral." The female on the far right snorted. The honored hunter sniffs out another potential disaster for Kelso and brings it to an end. The derision was thick. You don't think that's worth some pride? All I did was rescue my heart. Right, the male on the admiral's left said. That's why this mess happened. He kept his hackle from raising. These people might not have been picked because they were the admiral's allies, but the hunters had few allies among the leadership. They might have different reasons, but they were united in wanting to get him to act out, to give them a reason while in this room, while recorded. He stood and controlled his anger. He controlled his tone. My heart has a name. The man started. An earther name, like any of them would ever get one of our hearts. As I told the admiral, you are free to take this up with Turek-Samian and possibly just Biliam when you meet them in the forest. You can't prove he's your heart, the man snapped. He's just another fuck toy for That's enough, a female on the admiral right said, earning herself a surprised look from the others. The hunter might have many faults, but accusing him of depravity is uncalled for unless you have proof. Have you fucked the earthers? The earther, the male asked. His heart, the female snapped. Don't tell me you're not smelling the shit. If you'd lie about who your heart is, she said, teeth clenched, that's on you. To imply a hunter would him? That makes you a fool. He'd rather cut his dick off than say anything that might offend one of the gods. They couldn't decide if that was a compliment or an insult. But clearly, she didn't know him. He'd offended them quite often. Outright insulted them at times. Respect didn't mean he couldn't be belligerent when it suited the situation. That is enough, the admiral said before the male replied. We are not here to debate the hunter's morality or lack of it. This judgment is in regards to the assault on an Earther station. It's about bringing an assault force on a Federation station against clear rules to the contrary. The Earthers kidnapped my heart again. And you should have contacted the station's security, let them deal with it. And trust others to the rescue of my heart? Kilgren asked, unable to keep the disbelief from his slipping through. At least then, we wouldn't have been fined. Do you have any idea how much your impulsiveness cost us? He ground his teeth. They were trying to get him angry, equating his heart to Curon. Is that Curon or Curon? Is there an R there? Nope, there is an R. Like any of them could know how stupid the comparison was. The female on the admiral's right looked away. She understood, which meant she had a heart. That didn't make her an ally, but it gave them something in common. I'll pay whatever the fine was, he said. He meant it, even if he doubted he could afford it. The Federation didn't do fines on the level of individuals. The only one not to look at him in dismay was the female with the heart. Her expression was speculative. Re-evaluating him, perhaps? Had he established how serious he was when it came to keeping his heart safe? Are you willing to hand over the ship to cover the fine? Not laughing proved difficult. Did the admiral think he didn't know the regulations regarding what a captain was allowed to do with his ship after 3 attempts to take it away from him? Tom might bear at him that he needed to do better to better plan how to deal with these attempts, but after the second one, he'd read all the regulations. Are you willing to lose your career and buy it from me? Admiral? The male narrowed his eyes. Do you need me to recite the regulation? A captain's right to a ship will end in the attempt of applying a value to it for the purpose of handing it over to a new captain, he said, not waiting for the answer. Any and all parties involved will be tracked down and prosecuted for the theft of Kelser military property. If any parties involved are found to be part of the branches of dealing with the security of Kelser, all ranks will be forfeit and they will be tried as civilians without any protection the previous rank granted. He smiled. So, no, Admiral, I'm not willing to sell my ship. You want me to pay the fine, go through the process, and have it transferred to me, have it transferred. I'm sure there is one, and I'll deal with that. But I need to make something clear. I am insulted that you are putting a value on my heart. Some people spend their lives hunting for them and aren't granted the joy of success. And just because my heart doesn't match your criteria of who the gods would send it to, it doesn't make him any less my heart. You want to keep trying to take my ship because you think it will somehow make me less of a hunter? You go ahead, but tread with care if you are going to involve my heart in those games. I assaulted an Earther station to rescue him. I boarded a Federation station with multiple packs to rescue him. I am willing to see financial ruin to keep him safe. When he smiled, he bared his teeth. Do you want a hunter, the favored one of two gods, to have a reason to go after you with all he's been taught, without care for the price he'll have to pay afterwards? If you do, then continue on this trail and see what comes of it. And that concludes chapter 93 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Akla, welcome back. I am doing well, thank you very much. Had a nice day yesterday. Finished my greenhouse in a vintage story. Otherwise, fairly unevent, uneventful day. And how are you doing? What are you up to today? Think you missed that? That's okay. No biggie. Doing fine, doing some study. Cool. I hope that goes well. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 42 allies going up against 22 in a line of Baker again. Kahira is the one with all the Bakers. Baldahar is in first place. Onyx is in second. Capt Carl is in third. Holzuk, Fluffy, Baldahar, and others have killed epics. And now we take on the last batch. And we're done. We've won. Baldahar is in first place, 3 kill, 11 assist. Onyx is in second place, 4 kill, 10 assist. And Capt Carl is in third, 7 assist. We've got gold, monks, and shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So, T-minus Mom gets gold, Lynn Burns gets monked, and Rainer Abel gets stabbed. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the token chest. Declare a quest. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how that's going to turn out, and I'm going to start another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 94 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy looked into the distance of the one. It's a hallway. It's not a corridor. Corridor in the distance of the hallway. He'd been so sure that with him not on the ship, he'd be able to walk to the door. But the simple idea that those quarters were his triggered the programming, and the best he could do was freeze in place. He didn't let this defeat bring him down. He'd known it was a possibility, and now he knew what he started with. He could push ahead with further visits. He had a few days until the ship prepared to leave, until he would be back. He turned around and headed to work. Even at Stention, the engineer required that they remain at their post if they hadn't asked for time off. We're back. Technician among... a technician among those who had taken the first lunch called. You six can go eat. Jimmy completed his checks, made notes for of the sectors he thought needed to be paid attention to for whoever took over his board in his absence, and then joined the others heading out. You eating with us today? Proteros asked. At the eatery? He replied, startled by the question, and the others chuckled. Unless you prefer a restaurant. Turek can probably convince one of the others to look after our boards for the length of time it takes to get served and eat. And if the engineer checks in while we're gone, he's groundside, Parateros replied. And you think that's going to stop him? It's okay, Jeremy said, knowing the argument was playful, but still having trouble standing it, and having even more trouble with the idea of a room full of busy people with them. He'd found the least traveled He'd found the least traveled halls. Where am I? He'd found the least traveled halls to get to engineering because he could only handle small groups. The larger the groups, the easier it was for one of his agent to hide among them. The programming insisted, and he'd yet to find a way around it. I prepared my food before the shift. I don't want it to go to waste. Then we'll see you in a bit, Proteros said before he and the others took the intersection toward the eatery, and Jeremy forced himself to walk, not flee, to his quarters. He just put the plate with his steak drenched in a peppery sauce with the side of roasted vegetables covered with butter by his cup of coffee when the door buzzed. He felt the panic. Whoever this was, they wouldn't have announced themselves if they planned on invading his safe space. He activated the intercom. Yes? Jeremy, it's Turek. I'm with the others. Can we come in? He almost unlocked the door. What others? What his friends warning him he was being cursed? He forced the panic down. Who's with you? Me, Proteros said, and then the other technicians announced themselves. Invasion. The programming screamed. He sent them to capture him. To use him to... Why do you want to come in? I know you aren't yet comfortable around a lot of people, so we thought we'd come eat with you. Lies. I don't have food for the 5 of you. Thorek chuckled. We grab meals to go. You don't have to worry about feeding us. Lies, the programming said. They can't do that. The food is only served there. As far as he knew. He'd never ask, and he'd never paid attention if anyone there left with a box of food. And they were his friends and co-workers. His finger hesitated over the unlock, the programming coming up with reasons after reason why this was a mistake. He breathed, envisioned how the components of an antimatter chain containment were put together. He unlocked the door. It opened, and they stayed on the other side, Thurek looking at him, ears tilted with concern. Come in, Jimmy said. Sorry about not being faster. He tapped the side of his head. It's not liking that I'm letting anyone else here. We can go back. No, come in. He motioned for them to enter. It's about time this table finally was fully occupied. After a slight hesitation, they joined him at the table. 3 to one side, Turek and Proteros at each end, leaving Jeremy alone on his. And feeling better for not being crowded. They hurried to unfold the containers they brought and placed covered bowls on it. On the placemat they became a mix of meats and sauces. What's that? Technician Laurel Fremere Asserdien asked, motioning to Jeremy as he was cutting a piece of his steak. It's a steak. Basically, it's what meat was before it was cut up and sliced into what you're eating. The woman chuckled. I know what meats are. I mean, what you're holding. You look at his utensils. He'd picked up eating with them, so he picked up eating with them again. So easily he'd forgotten that with their claws as eating instruments, they wouldn't know about them. That's a fork, this is a knife. That doesn't look useful in a fight. Technician Grakiranirakarin Selnirag pointed out, Turk was mouthing a word, which Jeremy realized was fork, then realized he hadn't thought about them not having an equivalent in their language, or that they'd know what a knife was. I didn't think you used knives with your claws. This isn't for combat, it's to cut my food without claws. We need help. And why not prepare your food like we do? Proteros asked, cutting off the other technician's reply. He shrugged. Culture, I guess. Even when I printed my meals, it was like this. I cook differently depending on how thick it is. It cooked differently depending on how thick it is. Affects the taste somewhat. Why pour the sauce over it? Technician Aircreme Torim Frisgariac asked. He shrugged again. We have dishes where we dunk food in a sauce like you do, but many of them have the sauce over them. Cultural again, I'd say. Can I taste it? Turk asked. Cube of meat on a claw. Sure. He ran it over, then popped it in his mouth. Tastes like Rushrak. That's the spice I used. It's as close as I can get to pepper. Not as hot, but I didn't feel like going all burn on with this. They said to talk. They said to eat. Talking about work, their families, exchanging stories. Jeremy mostly listened to those. His attempt at joining in were cut short by the programming warning him they were trying to learn his secrets, how to hurt him. When he was done, they were about 3/4 of the way through their food. He went for dessert, returning with a slice of what, once he perfected it, would be pie. For the moment, it was still mostly sweet fruit soup between two crusts, which turned into crust drenched in the fruity liquid once he ladled it on top. Ice cream had to be next thing he tried to work out. He was stared at when he sat back at the table with it. This is a spoon, he said preemptively. And that? Technician Karim Selnirag pointed to his plate. Well, not perfected yet. It will be a fruit pie once I figure out how to get the filling to be firm. The way I remember them being made, the way I remember them being made, okay. Sugar was a part of it, but that isn't something you guys have. Duramin is the closest I found. It's sweet, a lot like honey, but it's liquid. There's no but. Honey is liquid. A lot like a honey. It's liquid, so I haven't worked out how to adjust it. So it's still good, though. Thork had another chunk of meat at the end of a claw. Jimmy chuckled. I don't know how well it'll go with meat, but go ahead. A swipe popped into his muzzle and he was gagging, then draining his glass. That is vile. He popped sauce, dunked meat cube in a hurry. I'm sorry, Jeremy, but I don't know how you can eat that. It's like drinking Duramin straight up. The others made a face, except for technician Laura Fremin Asherdian, who popped a cylinder of meat in her mouth. She'd run it in the pie juice while Turek was gagging. It's not that bad. She said definitely on the sweeter side. She ran another chunk of meat through it, but not horrible. She contemplated the dish. I'd be curious to try it once it's a pie. She pronounced the English word slowly. The others looked at her horrified. What's wrong with your taste buds? Pertiros demanded. She chuckled. Nothing. Seems to just like things different things than you. That isn't different, Turek said, his tongue out like the taste could float away. That's outright alien. I am an alien, Jimmy said, chuckling, and the others laughed. His tablet buzzed, and he answered it. Technician Jeremy, the engineer said, you are not at your console. Are you ill? Silence fell, and the others looked horrified. Jeremy wasn't sure how to respond, but decided that anything other than the truth would make things worse. Some of the technicians decided to eat with me in my quarters. We lost track of time. I see, he readied to add, the ways in which this was helping him mitigate the coming reproach. Please hurry. It's inconsiderate of your other technicians to leave them with your work past the end of your scheduled meal, without at least informing them of the delay. The relief was palpable, and they agreed to finish eating. He turned into the hallway instead of continuing to his quarters. Another attempt on the way back. He didn't have so long before he was back that he could listen to the programming telling him how bad of an idea this was. He needed to attempt this each chance he got. He didn't make it much further again. The quarters would be empty. It was safe to approach. What if he was wrong? The programming whispered. What if this was all a ploy to get him to the door so he could snatch him? The programming was wrong, but he couldn't overcome it. He turned just as sound rose from the closest intersection, the roar of a battle that made it the leisure alley. The one where his weight machine was, the one he'd been meaning to inspect. It will be filled with them, the programming warned. Except they were at station. Whoever was watching the battle was probably doing so alone or with a few friends at most, and they wouldn't notice him. The small theater rooms and the alleys were blocked off from the rest of to keep the illumination from interfering. He pushed past the fear and entered it. The room with his machine was unoccupied. He didn't have his tools, which meant he couldn't open it up to look how to check how the components were holding up, but he had his tablet, so he could run it through his diagnostic sequences. He opened the panel and attached the tablet with a hard line. With the hard line, he was glad his new design had a war. He was glad the new design. You know what? He was glad he'd made the new design wireless with a wireless connection. He was halfway through the third set of diagnostic check when the voice registered. You have to see it. It's unusual, and I don't know if it's really doing anything for me, but it's better than ending up facing the mat every time. A man approaching. He ignored the yell of threat. The programming screamed. One person wasn't going to do anything. That's part of exercising, you know, another man replied. Two of them made Jeremy pause. They probably weren't coming his way, just passing through the alley, or maybe they'd been watching the ballad. He hadn't realized it was no longer playing. It doesn't feel like exercising when no matter who I exercise with, I always end up in the mat. I'm not a hunter, so I don't think I should have to hurt. I should have to hurt like that. The pair turned into the room and stopped. The one on the right was short, about Jeremy's height, and his cream-colored fur had a fluffiness to it that made him look like he had a layer of fat over the constant calcium muscular body. The other was more than a head taller, and the short gray fur made the well-defined muscles visible. Two could be a problem. He could outrun one, but one could be a distraction while the other jumped him. You didn't tell me you had an alien on the ship, the tall, muscular one said, a smile forming. That's Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, the other said. He's the one who built the machine. The taller one walked in Jeremy's direction. No wonder you're using it. Can you tell me to show me how to use it too? That isn't what it's about, Moreau. Oh, it isn't. The smile turned into a grin. Then maybe I need to see if it can serve a new function. Moreau, stop. He isn't like us. Oh, I can see that. The man looked him up and down, the gaze slowing at his crotch. I want to see how different he is in there. Jeremy had to run. The programming was silent because he understood the threat, so he had to run, but he couldn't move. The hand reached for his crotch, the leer clear in the eyes, the angle of the ears, the smile. If he didn't run, Jeremy would. The man wasn't there anymore. I told you to stop, the other said. In his peripheral vision, the smaller one had the taller one against the wall, armed against his throat. Hey, no need to get aggressive, the other one said, grinning, hands up. I wasn't going to hurt him or anything. Yes, you were, the small one growled, and you would have regretted it. He's the captain's heart. Really? A captain? You want me to believe he'd have that as a heart? You should have said he was your heart. That I'd have believed. When did you stop sharing? The groan was loud. This isn't about me. How can you be so thick? He isn't Calcarian. His species isn't like us. Then maybe you shouldn't be on a Calcarian ship. What, you'd let a Radoshi fuck you if you were on their ship? I don't know. Are they good fucks? How about they aren't even like us? I thought you space folks were all about inclusion. Respect. That's what being out here taught me. That other species aren't like me, but they still deserve the same respect I'd give my family and my crewmates and my friends. He stepped away. So how about I show you the little respect you used to merit and tell you to get the fuck off the ship? Now, come on, Scarif. Don't be like that. I didn't. If you want a chance of salvaging what's left of this friendship, okay. I know why he got confused. Of the friendship you are raking your claws through, Murostona Nicalere Jordelso. So, Rimal, you are going to walk away right now. The tall one looked at the smaller one in shock. Over that? He pointed at Jeremy. No, over the utter lack of respect for anyone who isn't like you. Get off the ship before I call a hunter to take you off it. The tall one threw his arm in the air and walked away. What the fuck happened to you? I grew up, the small one said when the other had left the room. He faced Jeremy, staying by the wall. Are you okay? I'm sorry for his behavior. I didn't think. When I saw you, I should have pulled him away. Was he okay? Was the guy joking? How could he be okay? He'd almost been raped by one of them. They warned you. The programmer whispered, Oh, shut the fuck up. I think I should go. You probably don't want any of us around right now. Wait, Jeremy called as the men turned. Thank you. I shouldn't have let it get that far to start with. But you stopped it when I couldn't, so thank you. You were coming here to show him my weight machine? You're the one who asked I keep it here? Yes, I've been using it daily on my way to and from work. Does it help? Part of what makes it work for me is because of my endurance and pushing through it. He shrugged. I don't know. I raise the weight until I felt it, then do each exercise a few times. Jimmy looked at his tablet. Do you mind if I access your report? Seeing what you've been doing, I might be able to help you get more out of the exercises. Really? You do that for me? Jeremy chuckled. You kept me from being raped. It's the least I can do. And that concludes chapter 94. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, damn it. Nah, you know what? Atoll Station 1. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. Tamar takes the lead. Onyx is in second. Ruby's Custom? Ruby's Storm, okay, is in third place. Tamar is in first. Shiloh is in second. Ruby's Skull is in third. Too many people kill epics for me to keep track of. And we're done. We've won. Tamar is in first place with 30 assists. Shiloh is in second place, 4 kill, 10 assist. Various and Sondri is in third, 9 kill, 3 assist. We forgot to click that. I have monks and Legos that no one is claiming. So, extra twitchy gentleman gets a monked. Tamar gets a Legos. And we move on to an unknown battle before the token chest. And more archers for me. You know what? Let's start here. And I will have a quest to need to put me on the all at the end so that I grab the balloon buster. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off. Desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 45 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs sipped his ale, enjoying the stare of Encinta's glare. I thought, she said, that the point was to not be noticed by the master's people. He smiled. If we're careful, we won't. Charlie looked uncomfortable. With her. The master's got his eyes on everything. He's not going to take us doing this well. And I don't mean dragging me into an alley for a beating this time. He made a stabbing motion. It's going to be one of those when we aren't looking. He looked at Uzuma. The archer drummed his fingers on the table, thinking, is this about getting back at the master for something? No. I'm just not going to let anyone tell me what I can and can't do, especially if the way I have to get their approval involves handing over part of what I steal. I'll listen to reasons why I shouldn't carry through with my plan, but because I say so or only if you pay me off aren't arguments I'm accepting. If my target wasn't staying here for a while, I'd have moved on with her. But this is the situation I have to work with, and I'm not letting her get away with what she did any longer. And what exactly did they do? Cynthia asked. That doesn't matter to you. Not what does is deciding if you're in or not. I'm not saying this will be easy. It's a noble we're going after, but We pull this off correctly, and each of you will have enough coins to get away from the master and live the kind of lives you've dreamed of. That had them pensive. You said us. He shrugged. I'm not doing this for the money. I'll take what I need to move on and get started elsewhere. Uzuma was first. So long as I don't find out this is to stab the master in the back, I'm in. I want out of this place. I won't be leaving. Charlie said, this is my home, but money will make things easier. Tibbs looked at Cinta. You? I need more details. I'm not against a risky job, but I'm not joining something I don't think can be pulled off. He nodded. How do you want it done? They stared at him. Her suspiciously, the other two in surprise. Isn't it your play? Your plan. Your plan? My plan is to make her pay for what she did. I do that by taking what nobles like her care about the most, their money. If I thought I could do that on my own, I'd have already done it. But I don't want just what I can carry with me. I want them to lose everything. That means a team, and that means people who know the stuff I don't. He motioned to them. I don't make plans that take time to execute. I case the place, get in, get what I want, and leave. That's why you're here, Cinta. You know how to think far ahead, anticipate what might happen. You, Charlie, know the kind of thugs anyone hires. Probably fought some of them in those arranged fights, or when you started one out of boredom. I never... Grin. Tibbs grinned at him. And you, Uzuma, know the city, its streets and its roof. You can get us where we need to go with alternatives for when things go wrong. I'd rather they don't go wrong, the archer replied. Don't we all? Tibbs looked them over. But I've pulled off enough of these to know something always goes wrong. So you all have to keep that in mind. He returned his gaze to her. So Cinta, what do we need for this to be doable? Knowing the target is a good place to start. He shook his head. She's been tipped off too often and slipped away before I could get my revenge. She's a noble. She brought a lot of money with her when she got here, and she hates parting with it. It's going to have to be enough for you to work out how to get almost all done. Once we're close enough to ready, that she won't have the time to gather her money and run, I'll tell you who they are. If that means we need to make changes, we do that. How long has she been here? Not too long. She didn't press for more, so it was vague enough he'd be able to find one of the nobles that fit. With all the money they had, nobles had the luxury to move about. So not so much there was a lot of shifting in the city's noble population, but enough he'd be able to find a noble that fit what he needed. She put her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her laced fingers. You aren't going after just a noble, are you? That's a high noble. One you chased here. He shrugged. Ah, it's easy then, Charlie said. We dress pretty and get ourselves invited to one of the parties they're always throwing. She shook her head, not looking away from Tibbs. She might not know who all the city's nobles are, but those attending the party will. Can we go in as servants? Uzuma offered. Any of you ever work for a noble? She asked. Charlie snorted and Uzuma shook his head. Tibbs waited a handful of heartbeats, then shook his. Then we don't have the kind of skill needed to get one of them to hire us. I nobles don't get servants off the streets. They pay good money to get properly trained ones. We want in on that party, Charlie suggested as one of the attendees. But the father looked confused. You said they're going to know we aren't one of them. She smiled. Then we don't claim to be. We present ourselves as visitors. We're here for a few days, maybe while the caravan we are traveling with does its business. When it leaves, so do we. Even low nobles travel with an entourage, Tip said. As we will have them. As will we As will we. They'll be staying in their temporary lodging. She smiled at Tibbs. We, of course, don't go anywhere without our personal guards. She motioned to the other two. I don't know if I can play noble, he offered as a protest, uncomfortable with the way she looked at him. I'll do it, Charlie hurried to offer. She shook her head. You have the look of a guard. All Thibault needs is a well-trimmed beard and the right clothing and a good-looking woman at his side, and everyone will see a noble son traveling away from his family to establish himself. To do that, he needs to spend time among the nobles of a city, get to know them, see if this is where he wants to settle. I thought he was moving on with when the caravan left, Azuma said, puzzled. The plan's changing, she smiled. Now, he only leaves if the city noble can't convince him to stay. The usher shrugged. Nobles in the city have more than two guards when they walk around the city. I'm sure Charlie knows someone who can add to our group, she said. 3 guards will be... No! They looked at him. This is the team. Cinta's right, Charlie said. I know someone we can trust with. I said no. She studied him, and he stared back. 5 would be better, she said. 3 guards will be acceptable for the couple we pretend to. We tell them one of them died keeping us safe, he countered, having to work at keeping his tone even. The team is the 4 of us. If you can't work with that, I'll find a different one. I'm good, Charlie rushed. Rizuma smirked. I don't care. I'm just a lookout playing at being guard in this plan. Can you make this work? He asked her. It's a needless complication, she replied. Anything that gets the mark to ask questions is a spot where things can go wrong, but yes, I can make it work. What do we need to be traveling nobles? Tibbs asked. And the smile she covered up made him realize he put himself in the role of the noble after protesting he couldn't do it. And she hadn't said anything to change his mind. He'd be annoyed, but it was why he'd picked her. The right kind of clothing to start with. Noble clothing isn't going to be cheap, Charlie pointed out. She smiled. We can't buy them. We aren't locals, remember? We need to arrive dressed in the garb of where we are from. And where are you from? Uzuma asked. Depends on what languages Thibault can speak. I can pull off a good Persethian, he said in his native tongue. After so many years without speaking, it felt like he had an accent. He was confident he could lose that with some practice. Mine is bad, she said, and he winced at the mangling of so few words. She said something, and he shook his head. 2 more times she spoke, and he didn't understand. Hopefully, Kadalisaran is one you know. This works better if we're both from the same kingdom. Accents can be explained as being from different regions. Kadalisar has multiple languages. His chest tightened as speaking the language brought Karina's memory forth. He'd learned it to honor her, especially if it's a city near one of the borders. Or Dal Telmar, which has a dungeon. You can find someone there who speaks just about any language you want. Is that where you're from? The chuckle died as he remembered the pyre, the cleric's purifying Karina's body back to the elements. I traveled there. That kingdom is far, she considered something, but we can make use of it. It can explain why our 2 guards only speaks Forstarian. She looked at them and asked in that local language. So, do either of you speak Kedalisaran? If that was what you 2 were speaking, Charlie said, it's a no for me. Uzuma shook his head, never set foot outside the walls. She closed her eyes. Leaving from Kadalisar, Bortomir is the only choice to come in this direction. From there, the main caravan routes go 3 directions, but 2 reconnect and come into the kingdom from Arthuron, which is too close to explain the guards. We need to go through Ertomathio. From there, Zizkama and Furton. That puts us on the far side of Forsterim. It would be a year of traveling in the kingdom, enough time to explain how we picked up the language. Wait, Charlie said before Tibbs could comment. Why so much traveling? Can't you just be from whatever the other city is? Barry can, she said. It's too close, only 3 months travel. And Thibault would need to become completely fluent. It also wouldn't explain why we're down to two local guards. Okay, then why the caravans? The fighter asked. The nobles use the platforms to go where they want. She stared at him, so surprised as Tib was. I hadn't expected you to think of that when I forgot about it. Shorty shrugged. It's right there. He pointed in the wrong direction. Transportation platforms are expensive, Tibbs offered. But you two are nobles, Rosima countered. And the platforms remove that danger. He moved the danger. She returned her chin to her laced finger. How do we reframe the story? The silent stretch. Thibault is the son of a noble, but one that's not well thought of by his family. He isn't traveling just to establish his name, but to get away from theirs. He's doing this without their permission, which limits how much money he can leave with, as well as the size of his retinue. The further a platform takes you, the more expensive it is. Like all nobles, he doesn't want to part with his money unless he has no alternatives. She smiled. And that's why we traveled by land. It also explained why we're dressed in the clothing of this kingdom. Tibbs asked. We'd have to buy them to replace what gets worn out. She shook her head. As visiting noble, we want to be noticed. We don't want to be just some other nobles. We want to proclaim where we're from. We would have a set of our best Cadalisarian clothing just to make our entrances. Tibbs raised an eyebrow. That means we can't be from Daltamar. Dexity is all about purity on account of their dungeon. Everything's in whites and grays. I doubt it even has nobles, since they only believe in hard work there. We definitely aren't from there, she smiled. We are going to be bright and flamboyant. How expensive will it be to buy clothing that will pass as coming from there? We aren't buying them. We are going to have that made. I know a seamster who can make us what we need. How expensive will that be? She shrugged. However it costs to get him the materials he'll need. Like jewels. Uzuma said, nobles love to cover themselves in those. Do you have a way to explain why we don't have that many? Tibbs asked. The master is going to pay attention to any of those that go missing. I wouldn't worry about that, she said, smiling. But as a son without his family's favor, you'll have to have parted with many of them as part of your traveling expenses. So whatever I'll have will be significant to me, either in their cuts or because of their history. She nodded. You know a jeweler, he said. There had been no light when she said not to worry. She isn't a jeweler, but we bring her the material and she can set a jewel into anything and make it into the centerpiece of what you'll wear. When I entered the city, he said, looking for a way to get what he needed for his research as part of the job, I was questioned. I saw papers being handed over. What do nobles go through? She nodded. We need papers of travels. No matter how unhappy with us they are, at least one of your parents will have written a letter of introduction. If we can include letters of recommendations from nobles we've met while traveling, that will help. But we can't have too many. The more names we show up to the nobles in the city, we showed the nobles in the city, the higher the chances are one of them will recognize it and ask questions we can't answer. Why not just make all of them up? Not the nobles within Forsterim. To be credible, those names have to be recognized, but they'll need to be nobles we have enough information on we can give the right answers. I can supply names from when I was in Cadalisar, Tibbs offered. It was years ago, but the families will be around. I have names from this kingdom. Do you have names from this kingdom we'll be able to use? She nodded. I know a merchant who traveled most of his life. He'll have all the names we need. We can create more from far kingdoms if we decide we don't have enough. Who do you have to write the letters? He asked. She shook her head. My scribe is how the master took notice of me. He sold me out for the money. Tibbs looked at Uzuma, who shook his head. Charlie looked pensive. I might have someone, the fighter said, and Cinta didn't hide her disbelief. He's the brother of a fighter who got in on the bad side of the master, like I did. He arranged for her to be beaten bad, so he hates the man. If we coax what we're doing as something to hurt the master, I can probably convince him to help. He's a scribe at the Commerce Office. He won't have the access to the kind of paper referrals letters are written on, Cinta said. She looked at Tibbs. But I know where to get those. Does that cover everything? He asked. She nodded. Not the money we're going to need to pay for all of that, Uzuma said. None of that can be cheap. Tip smiled. Money's easy. You tell me who has it, that you want to lose it, and I make it happen. And that concludes chapter 45 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, it's about a dozen chapter ahead on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, cold. Let's try this again. Oh, I didn't set the time properly. The date is probably wrong. I probably misentered it. Oh, April 25th. That is correct. Schedule there. Let's try that. So I'll just have to adjust the time. Is interesting. I don't know why it did not like that time. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 97 enemies. Baldahar starts us in the lead. Did the baker all die? Looks like most of the bakers died. What happened? Tattoo Lover is in first place. Captain Carl is in second. Onyx is in third. I killed an epic along with a lot of people. And Captain Carl is in first place. Tattoo Lover is in second. Various and Sundry is in third. And we're about to be done. Captain Carl is in first place, 3 kill, 35 assist. Various and Sundry is in second place, 26 assist. Tattoo Lover is in third, 13 kill, 6 assist. We have golden healers and no one claiming them. So, Karakrak and Baldahar get gold. Queen Bee gets healed. I get scrolls. And we move on to a token chest before the boss. And quest, more archers. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 46 of Stepping Wild. Ernst Center greeted the older man with a hug. How are you doing? Good, as always. I see you took good care of what I made you. Who's that? The air of camaraderie turns sufficiently brittle to be expected to see the essence change. He looked around at the bolts of fabric arrayed on crates and clothing in various styles on racks, a few mannequin, and dropped on whatever surface was available without apparent care. He's Thibault, a new associate of mine, and I'm Cinta right now. So you trust him, Cinta. The ease with which he accepted the name told Tibbs he was used to them changing. She took his arm in hers and pulled Tibbs close, resting her head on his shoulder. Our interest was aligned for the time being. The non-answer had satisfied Ernst. It's why we're here. I need you to make us something special. Tibbs had been concerned where, after announcing she was taking him to meet her seamster, she hadn't taken him to the textile neighborhood or the mercantile one, but toward one of the warehouse neighborhoods. The building she'd taken him to sat on its edge and might have been one itself at one time. Now there was a second floor. The door they'd entered by was on the side and had a plaque with drawings of tools on it, the workers' entrance. They'd stayed by the outside wall, and he'd heard people speaking loudly on the other side of deep scaffolding, but the words were distorted to the point he couldn't make them out. The scaffolds was made of wood and that angled down with planks on top, as if people were expected to sit there. They entered a corridor, and the voices faded away. There was a sense to them that they had been added, of the warehouse being subdivided to make room, for in which he saw crates and tools, something with colors on it that he couldn't work out with the glance he got, and people behind closed doors. A tailor's room had been the last thing he'd expected when Cinta had opened the door without announcing herself and entered. The chaos jarred with what Tibbs had experienced with previous tailors. Every one of them had displayed their work with care, placed them so the prospective customer could take in the quality of the work, could envision themselves in it. This gave the impression the man didn't care for what he made. There was also a breadth of variety Tibbs had never seen at any tailor's shop. There were rags on racks, a dress so fine in fine fibers over the back of a chair. A mannequin was in a set of work clothes next to one with clothing so fine you'd expect a king to wear them. And what makes this item special this time? He asked, sounding amused. We are attending a party among the city's elite. We need to dress the part. The tailor's expression grew annoyed. You know I can't make something original or showing up to something like that, wearing anything one of them might have had made exclusively for themselves, it will not endear you to that group. And that's why we won't be wearing anything local. We are attending as visiting nobles from the kingdom of Cadalisar. Oh, wait, Tibbs interrupted Hearn, surprised at the added complication when there were so many options already available here. Why not just have us wear one of those? The man started. Nothing in my workshop will pass as one of the nobles would pass one of the nobles' inspection. Then just make something like one of them would wear that would be good enough? Ernst narrowed his eyes. Do you have any idea what goes into creating a style that matches what one of them is willing to wear? No. Well, me neither. I apprenticed under the city's best tailor, but she could never get any of that to stick in my head. I can reproduce any and all cuts of fabric she asked, but telling me to make something that will enhance the strength of a man's frame? I studied the fabric, chuck in hand, for hours before she gave up on me. No one wants a tailor who can only make things others have made before, and the only work for seamster is repairing damaged clothing, so here I am. The tone had an air of defeat Tibbs couldn't match to all the work the man had clearly done. He was no tailor, but Tibbs had seen good work, worn all kind. As far as he could tell, the work that wasn't rag was good. Can you do it? She asked, smiling. Really, Cinta, you have to ask? What city are those visiting nobles from? Toruak, she answered. Tibbs stared. He hadn't thought the city mattered since she hadn't brought it up. The capital. Ernst said thoughtfully, that broadens the possibilities. He stepped to a pile of clothing. is the simplest way to explain our different accents. Every noble does business with the capital, no matter where they live. My charming Thibault was there, overlooking a shipment considered too meaningless for any of his siblings to be settled with. As soon as I saw him, I knew he was special. Tibbs ignored the way she looked at him. Even if it was an act, it felt real enough and made him uncomfortable. Hopefully he could talk her into a toned-down version of who they'd play. Not the important child. There was a carelessness with which the man moved the clothes to one pile or another that had Tibbs wondering if that had more to do with why he hadn't been kept on as the tailor. The last son, Tibbs said, looking for a place to settle and make his name away from my family and my family's shadow, hopefully, someplace no one has heard of them, so I can make a name of my own. Putting on air or accepting of your position? Tibbs sighed. Do any noble accept their position? A great many do, Ernst replied without stopping his search, but you never hear about them. If you want to be noticed, you'll want more than clothing. Ismael is our next stop, if she's here today. I saw her earlier. She needs to make necklaces of sparkles to go with that dress. He motioned to the back of a chair, and Cinta picked it up with the care you'd expected Herns to show. When held, the fine fibers made it shimmer and turned the blue paler. The best word Tibbs could think of to describe it was hairy. Sistros putting on air and wind? She asked with surprising enthusiasm. Ernst looked over her shoulder and smiled. Can we tempt you back on the stage with it? You know he'll give you the lead if you ask. She put the dress back on the chair with reverence. My stage days are over. You know that. If the wrong person recognizes me, you'll all suffer. Germaine will be hurt. You don't trust her skill anymore. He set a vest of velvety green aside. I trust them, but once the show's over, I have to present myself without artifice. We can have someone go in your place. I'm sure there's someone who looks enough like you to pass. And the scandal when someone realizes she wasn't in the play. And it's safer all around if I stick to what I do now. The stage hasn't been the same without you on it. That explained how Cinta was so skilled at becoming other people. And Ernst's place here. He knew little of the theaters. They felt too much like putting a bunch of bards together and letting them make more stuff up. But he knew the people there needed to be skilled at acting like others, wearing clothing and jewelry that was fake, but still good enough to seem real. We'll come to see the production, Cinta said. I won't, Tibbs countered. I have too much to do. She smiled and looked at him the way he'd seen others looking to endear themselves. You can't work all the time. Nobles know how to have a good time. I'm not a noble, but you need to get into the role. He bit back his protest, realizing she'd given him an opening he hadn't considered. Can you make us less ostentatious clothing to go along with what we'll wear at the party? Something we bought on arriving, since after traveling for so long, we'll want something fresh to be seen in. She raised an eyebrow. You said I need to get into my role. Walking about the city as the son of nobility will be a way to do it. And it means that we'll be seen going about instead of being recluse. Yes, she beamed. We also have to arrange for our shared lodging. He kept his reaction from showing. It'd be It would be simple enough to always be busy those nights she felt they needed to be there together. Ernst motioned to the rack. Just pick something. Buying them is what we do for the minor characters. I'd rather trust your opinion on what either of us should wear, Cinta said. The man looked Tibbs over critically, then took out a set of braids and placed that atop the vest. Then I'll find you something. Make sure it fits someone who can't afford to put on airs. The man snorted. I have many of those. Not long after, Ernst had a set of clothing before the two of them. Will that do? They looked far too ostentatious for Tibbs, which was the point. What color can you make these? She asked. Red isn't good on me. That depends on the fabric I can get. These mightn't be good enough for the stage, but no noble would wear them. No matter how low they are, no noble would believe anyone in those claiming to be one of them. Tibbs looked at the better set. Why not? They looked like beautifully made clothes. Can't you tell how poor the fabric is? Tip sensed then, but unlike with metal, he hadn't spent time sensing how quality work was on the level of essence for wood. No, Cinder will have to teach you how to fake it. Nobles know those things and will not hesitate to comment about it. Also, nobles from Kadalisar won't wear clothing made of Teflon linen or lined with wool from the sheep of Dormar. They'll have one of the finest Cillian silk, the accent color for in the finest saffron. The leather needs to. Can any of that be found locally? Tibbs asked, not interested, of course, in what clothing was made of. Anything can be found locally, Ern said, if you have the money. He smiled. Then make a list of what you need, and I'll get it for you. You need to relax, Cinta whispered, pressing against him as they exited the corridor into a large room. No one is going to believe you are my special man with how tense you are. She let go and rushed to greet someone. On one side of the room was a long and deep stage facing what were the seats for the audience. The scaffolding had been exactly what it had felt like, rows of benches, each one higher until they reached a wall. Then she was back, leading him through, interrupted by more people greeting her. They all took to the new name easily, and before long others were greeting her by it before she had to tell them. She introduced Thibault as a new friend who she was showing around, then took his arm again and pressed herself against his side, leading him to a door on the other. Leading him to a door. It doesn't need. Other side is irrelevant. He tried to relax into the role they were looked at with knowing smile, but he couldn't. They entered a corridor much like the one they'd left, with rooms containing more clothing, furniture, and what he now realized were painted backdrops. Some of the rooms reminded him of the dressing rooms Noble had, where they got themselves ready to head out and impress the masses. Cinta entered the room without announcing herself again. Unlike Ern's, it was large, easily 3 times the size, and also, unlike his, it was neat. A large table occupied the center, with items arranged on it. A small woman was seated before an intricate assembly of clear, sparkling jewels, or cheap crystal, polished to seem so. One of those kinds of jewels, if real, would cost more than the building and everything it contained. Ismael, Cinta greeted from the other side of the table. Are you busy? Do I look busy to you? She replied without looking up from working the fine metal wire with small pliers. Do you ever? I swear, half the effort you put into this is so we'll think it takes so much work we couldn't survive without you. Ismael put the pliers down when she looked up, instead of annoyance, her eyes were filled with warmth. Come over here and hug me, Cinta. She hurried to the other side of the table, and they hugged. Tibbs used the time to study the items displayed on the shelves lining the wall. They were arranged with care. Stage props, Tibbs expected, but they looked real enough. He had trouble believing some of them were made of wood instead of metal. The sort of knives even had chips and scuffs gained in battles. A helmet was dented, and a shield looked to have been pierced by a spear. Some of the objects, plural, looked to be in perfect condition, while others had seen use over many years. He gazed over the crest without slowing, pausing at a set of tankard while he considered it. Was it good enough for his purpose? See anything you like? Ismael asked. I can give you a fair price. They're real? He asked, motioning to the weapons, playing the role of someone unable to tell what they were made of. As much as anything and anyone in this place. She replied with a laugh. It's why a fair price would be low. Go ahead, pick one up. They're made to be used. He played up his surprise at the lightness of the sword. Ismael chuckled, interrupted his planned question about how it was. You don't have to play it up for me. I know how good my work is. What do you mean? She laughed, and Cinta joined in. Everyone here is always putting on an act of some sort. Even those of us who don't step on the stage when there's an audience, we learn to tell. You're better than many who've come through my workshop. He hadn't realized. He didn't know what to make of it, how to respond. It had been a long time since he'd been around someone, let alone multiple of them, who could tell when he wasn't honest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, she chuckled. Other than the weight, it's very much like many I've used. He motioned another. That one even looks like it's seen battle. How fine of assortments are you? She asked. We could use someone else who can handle one without accidentally hurting his opponent. He returned it to the shelf. This isn't something I'm interested in doing. We're here for your skill, Cinta said. We are going to a party as visiting nobles. Earns is making our clothing, but we need jewelry to go with it. You know nothing I make will pass even a noble's distracted glance. I only make them for the stage. But that's because you only use stage crystals, right? Cinta smiled. I know you could do wonderful things with gems. Ismail looked away, her expression worried. How are these made? Tibbs asked, hoping to diffuse her discomfort. He could tell the clear jewel she was in the process of attaching within an elaborate necklace of fine wires weren't real by the play of the light. The essence dispersed in specific ways with real ones. This didn't match. They were still good enough, he doubted any but the best jeweler or thief would be able to tell. Ismael wiped her hands before picking one up. We use Liramal crystal for them. You can pick them up by the handful at the base of the mountain. If you've seen crystals decorating doorways, that's what those are. If they're cut correctly when properly polished, they look as close to diamonds as it's possible to get. She placed it down and took a different one from a drawer. It was pale yellow and cloudy. This is made from hardened 3 sap. I can mold them first, which makes it easier to work the final design. Sometimes I use rocks with the right paints. Agates are easily done that way. She motioned to the work on the table. After that, it's all about setting them correctly. How it's set goes further in convincing the audience it's real than what is set in it. Ismael's first-hand experience when it comes to selling jewels. Cinta said with pride. There was no light in her words, so she believed it. Ismael looked uncomfortable again, but this time Tibbs had the sense it wasn't so much about the claim, but the events relating around it. Then, if you have the right parts, you could make something nobles would accept as authentic. The chuckle was forced, but as she spoke, eagerness replaced the discomfort. With actual gems, gold and silver, it would be authentic. That's what it takes to fool a noble. They're all about what it's made of, not how it's made. What do you need for a high noble to be convinced to wear it? She whistled. I'd need platinum for that, and the best cut diamond. Who in the city has that? She stared at him. Do you have any idea how well guarded that metal is? I've gotten things their owners thought were overly protected before. You tell me who has it, and I'll get it for you. She looked at Cinta. Is he serious? That's the kind of jewelry we'll need to attend the kind of party we're going to. Ismael looked at the necklace on the table, but her gaze was distant. You get me what I need, she said, her excitement mounting, and I'll make you something that will be talked about for years after that party is over. He kept from telling her he didn't need anything that big. She looked more alive than since he'd entered the room. He also figured that now was a good time to ask about the item that interested him. Can I ask about one of the pieces on the shelf? I can't shake the feeling I've seen it before. Any theater will have those, Cinta said. I don't go. Cinta stared at him. Which one? Ismail asked. He pointed to the crest. That medallion. That's a family crest, a reproduction of one. He frowned. Why would a noble be showing something like that to a merchant? To prove which family they are from. Nobles are always worried about someone scamming the merchant, claiming to be one of them. That's one's from Jurgle family. We needed it to put on the robber noble a few years ago. She looked at Cinta, who smiled wishfully. It's from a real family? He didn't have to manufacture the surprise. They let that happen? Ismail chuckled. I doubt they know about it. We used it in 3 scenes, and no one in the audience was close enough to see the details. They'd think it was just a disc of clay with random scribbles on it. Then why go through the work of putting so much details? Ismail looked away. Because it's what she does, Cinta said with pride, squeezing the other woman's shoulder. Never anything but the best. that concludes chapter 46 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, we're about a dozen chapter on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, I think I forgot to adjust the date. Yep, I forgot to adjust the date, so April 1st. Yep. Atoll. Station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies. We are off. Various and Sundry gets the lead. One Terra is in second, is in third as Gator Paws takes over first. Various is in second, tries for first, is in second again. JR is in third. Too many people kill epics on these maps for me to keep track of. Gator Paws is in first, Various and Sundries in second, JR is in third, and we need to cross the map to finish this, and looks like we're done. We've won. Gator Paws is in first place, 14 kill, 8 assist. JR926 is in second place, 15 kill, 4 assist, and Various and Sundry is in third, 7 kill, 11 assist. We have monks, flying rogues, and vampires. No one's currently claiming them, so JR and Snowbeck get monked, Tattoo Lover Benedict get wings, Great Matt gets bitten. And we move on to the boss battle. Where I believe, yep, it's another archer for me. Once I win this, I will probably switch to healers, well, fairies, so that I can get through the 50 token quicker. Which means that I'm not finishing that, so I might as well not bother starting it. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will start on this morning's last chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 47 of Stepping Wild. The house Charlie took Tibbs to was a few blocks away from the city's largest market, instead of in an office on Office Street or one of the businesses in the market, since they were all open at this time. The neighborhood was one where people Tibbs considered well-to-do, but who still had to work for the quains they had lived. The houses were well-kept and the decorations simple. The door opened after Charlie knocked, and a woman ushered them in, remaining demure even after looking them over and noting their shabbier attire for the area. He asked after Neres, the scribe he was taking Tibbs to meet, and she guided them up a flight of steps and a closed door before leaving them there. Charlie knocked, and the person Tibbs sensed on the other side didn't immediately move from the desk they were bent over. Then they crossed the room and opened it with an annoyed and tired "What?" The man looked at the two of them. He looked as tired as he sounded. He took a slow breath. "Hi, Charlie. What can I do for you?" "Do you mind if we come in, Neris? I'd rather not have one of the servants overhear us." With a snort, the man stepped aside. "Stay away from the desk." On it were neat stacks of papers next to the slanted board scribes always seemed to prefer over a desktop. It had a lone page on it with neat letters, lines, and boxes of a form, and boxes the neat letters, lines, and boxes of a form some customer would be expected to fill. Behind the board were lined lines of ink bottles and pots. More than Tibbs thought a scribe might need. They were multiple of the same color. On the other side of the board were quills, a straight edge, and a fine knife. He bit back the question about what use a knife was when inking, by reminding himself they were here for a specific purpose. He willed an etching of air in the walls and floor to keep their words from escaping. We need your help, Charlie whispered, looking at the door over his shoulder. I'm not interested in whatever you're planning this time, Charlie. Nurse motioned to the desk. I'm busy making these forms. We'll pay you. Enough you will have you have to have your sister looked after. The scribe snorted. Then I definitely don't want to do nothing. Then I definitely want nothing to do with it. Not risk her recovery on any scheme of yours that you think is going to bring in that kind of money. She's still unwell? Tibbs asked. From how Charlie had told it, he'd been left with the impression this had happened months before, that she'd been roughed up by the master's thug for the unapproved fights she'd taken part of. She might never be well, Nerys replied, anger fighting with exhaustion. I have to keep paying the cleric looking after her. He motioned to the desk again. I can't risk the work I'm getting paid to do on whatever you're planning. What did the master have done to her? Charlie only said she was beaten because of the fights. He glared at the fighter. That's what you call what was done to her? A beating? He turned it on Tibbs. Both legs broken to the point she'll never walk right. Her sword arm so shattered the cleric doesn't know if he can mend it. And there's something going on with her head. A glut of something or another. The cleric said that I don't remember what. And they need to be careful with that, otherwise they're going to make her worse. I thought magic could fix everything, Charlie said. If you're a high noble or a king, all I can afford is the best the hospice has. What if you could pay for a better cleric? As much as he wanted to help directly, Tibbs didn't have the skill to heal something a trained cleric couldn't. His etchings were more about focusing purity on the injuries and letting his body do the work. Then I know I want nothing to do with either of you. If you're willing to pay me that much, the risk will put my work It's going to put my work at risk. It won't. Nerys, I swear, Charlie said. It's just a bit of work for a big score. I said no, Charlie. Something that big always comes with big risks. They wouldn't be yours, the fighter insisted. Nerys snorted. Until the guards catch you and give me up, and you give me up. I'd never do that. You know me. Him, then. Nerys pointed at Tibbs. I don't know him. And don't tell me the guards aren't going to be looking. It's been doubled recently. What if the master is the one caught and punished for what we do? Tibbs had been thinking over an angle that would convince the scribe. As soon as Tibbs had told him who had arranged for the sister to be beaten, he'd said all it would take would be to make the master look bad, but it didn't look like that would be enough. And it would help a lot of other people to have the guards remove the master. Nerys stared at him. What? What we are planning is big. Someone will have to pay for it. I don't plan on it being any one of us. And the master has caused me problem. I'm sure we can use the increased guards to our advantage so that he's the one blamed after it's all over. You can't do that. Tibbs smiled. I don't let things I can't do stop me from doing them. Nerys turned the lone chair and dropped on it. Is he serious? Charlie shrugged. Serious enough. He pulled me out of a beating I was about to get at the hand of the master's people. None of us likes him, Nerys. The man composed himself and looked at Tibbs. All right. I want to know what I'll have to do before I agree to anything. We need official paper from Kadali Saran, from a Kadali Saran noble family, he said, and whatever is needed to show we traveled from that kingdom to here. We have the routes. the route we took, we need letters of introduction that will get us cozy with the high nobles here. I don't have any condition paper. Okay, I actually need to change that. Actually, oh boy. No, it's going to be simpler to change back, to go back and change the other chapter because there's too much linked to this phrase. Okay, then use the paper you have, Charlie replied. The mineral desires. He said he needed to be official. They need to be official. Official government papers are made for that kingdom specifically. It's also possible the nobles will have their own paper made. I'll have to ask at the office. I have to ask about the office about that. I didn't know that, the fighter said, and Neris shrugged. Can you get in trouble asking? Actually, this is more, you know what? Okay. We can get you that, Tips said, and the man rolled his eyes. I can't use whatever cheap paper you find in an alley. Official government papers are made for that kingdom specifically. It's also possible the nobles will have their own papers made, their own paper made. I'll have to ask the office about that. I didn't know that, the fighter said. Yeah, that I can keep. And Neris shrugged. Can you get in trouble asking? Tibbs asked. Shake of the head. I'm always handed papers from other kingdoms as part of my work. If it's about their ink, I can tell you who uses what, and with a few tests, the check that the one on the paper is the correct one. I don't deal with the paper directly, but I can. That can affect the ink's behavior, so asking about them isn't out of the ordinary. Does your office have the right paper? No, we don't make other kingdoms document. Well, the forger's papers get sent to you when they get caught? Charlie asked. Only if the guards need to know something about the work or who did the work. I know most of the forger's marks, and Celis can identify who in the city made the paper. Once we're done with them, they go where the guards keep the evidence for crimes. I'd rather not steal from the guards, Tibbs said at Charlie's look. It's easier to have them not notice us that way. Can you find out who makes the right paper without making them suspicious? Depends on how many kingdom I ask about. She'll get suspicious if too many. How closely will the paper be studied when we hand the travel papers to the clerk here? I don't know. I make forms, not go over the rules. If I'm guessing, I'd say that unless there's something else wrong with the papers, or you came through some place we aren't on good terms with, they won't have a reason to look at the paper closely. Then once you tell me who has the paper, I'll get extras. I can't tell you who has them, just who. He starts. I haven't agreed to anything. He raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you don't want to help make the master pay for what he had done to your sister? Harris looked at Charlie, who just shrugged. All I can all I can get you is who makes the paper. You'll have to hope they identify the bundles. I'll take everything. Won't that attract the master's attention? Every forger pretty much works for him. You don't, Charlie said and earned himself a glare. I'm not a forger. This is a one-time thing to make the master pay. The master won't know. Tibbs said, paper is easy to accidentally damage, especially since most paper were almost all wood essence, and if some weren't, there was always fire. Fire was hungry for paper. If you get me the right papers, I can make the ink for the travel papers. For the letter of introduction, it's on you to get me examples so I can match how they're written. We don't see those at the office. I'll get you that, as well as any information specific to the kingdoms we need extra travel papers for. Okay, then about my pay. I thought you were doing this to make the master pay, Charlie said, and was glared at again. How much do you need to get a cleric who can heal your sister? Tibbs asked. Mary stared at him. I don't know. I've never bothered asking because I knew I'd never be able to afford it. Ask, and that'll be how much you get paid. Is he serious? Neris asked Charlie. I hope so, because he's leaving once it's done, and I'm staying. So I'm the one who will have to deal with you being pissed. However this turns out, Tibbs said, you're getting the money so your sister is healed. And that concludes chapter 47 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where we're about a dozen chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, cold. And that is done. Battle Station. Everyone, come on. Battle Station. We have 60 allies. We're going up against 149 enemies. So we start with Katakrak in first place. Great Mac was there. Shadows in second. Baldahar's in second. Shadows in third. Tramer is in second. Katakrak is in second. Baldahar's in third. Sir Kempsolot, Shadow, and Baldahar have killed epics. Should be another one. There we go. Baldahar kills another one. Tramer is in first place. Katakrak is in second. Baldahar is in third. And I think we're about to be done. There we go. All done. We've won. Tramer is in first place. 67 kill, 10 assist. Katakrak is in second place. 5 kill, 41 assist. And Baldahar is in third. 21 kill, 25 assist. We've got Berserkers of Musketeers and Centurion, which no one is currently claiming. So, Rambo Rowe and Manog go berserk. Robisco Storm gets musket and Shalo gets shielded. And we move on to the next map, which is a super boss map, which eventually we'll reach. Come on. There we go. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 hours. 14, 20. Yeah, we should be able to finish this. And I said I'm not dealing with the archers. Wait. No, I'm not dealing with the archers. So we're going here. We're going here. All the way back there. And fairies. And after that, we'll deal with the... with the balloon busters. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, it is lunchtime for me. I'll do my best to return in time to run the battle. 20 minutes or so. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies. And we are off with Tremere in first place. Quiz is in second. Menag is in third. As usual with this map, too many people kill epics. Tremere is in first place. Menag is in second. Quiz is in third. And we are on the last few enemy. Oh wait, we need, yep, last one. And we're done. We've won. Tremere is in first place, 3 kills, 24 assists. Menag is in second place, 4 kills, 12 assists. QS38 is in third, 1 kill, 11 assists. We've got bombers, flag bearers, and gold, and no one claiming them. So, Sigma OS gets bombed. Baldahar waves the flag, and Rambo gets gold. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the Super Boss. And actually, I need to clear quest. Didn't even check what I'm getting instead. Event tokens. So I'm going fairies. Yeah, let's do that first. Let's do these guys and alrighty, we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll. Station. Everyone. Battle. Station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 50-some enemies. And we are off. With Mope in first place. Manog was in second. Braggy. Oh, hey, Braggy. Been a while. It was there. Shallow is in second. Baldahar is in third. Shallow takes over first. Mope is in second. Shallow's in second. Shallow's in first. Manog is in second. Mope is in third. Let's see. Shallow is in first. Manog is in third. Manog is in first. Shallow is in second. Rambo is in second. Shallow is in second. Rambo is in third. Manog is in first. Shallow's in second. Rambo is in third. And we're in the process of being done. There we go. All done. We've won. Manog is in first place, 12 kill, 8 assist. Shallow's in second place, 5 kill, 7 assist. Rambo is in third, 1 kill, 10 assist. We've got Bombers, Saints, and Paladins, and no one claiming them. So, Rambo gets bombed. Base sale, 87 sale, gets sanctified. QS Creates gets a pal. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the super boss. I think we're going to end the day with the super boss. And another balloon buster for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is chapter 12 of The Last Detour. It is an Alex chapter. Hey, Colimp. Welcome back. Had to work today. Well, I hope the work goes well or went well. And it is afternoon for me. It's 12:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Hey, Colo! What do you mean, me and my books and the walking? Indeed. What are you up to today? Using 3 cubic meters of leftover concrete. Cool. Have fun. 5 meters. So not cubic meters, just 5 meters. Okay. Have fun anyway. It's a chore. Oh well. It is still cube. You were critiquing me because you read the 3 cube. No, I said 5 meters cubed. Oh. If I got it wrong, then okay, fine, whatever. Not that big. It's not that big of a deal to me. I'm always getting stuff wrong, so. Um, a normal amount is 0.5. Okay. That's a shit ton of leftover. I can, yeah, I can definitely see that. Any idea why there's so much left over? The overloaded trucks. Because of that free concrete. If you can get something, if you can do something with it, is it in a form that is usable? Oh, it's in liquid form, so you can shape it, you can form it. Oh, when you said leftover, I thought it was just stuff they had dumped on the side to empty the truck fully, because I know they can't leave that in the truck. Understandable. And your pile has more space now? Cool. Life gave you 10 tons of lemons and you dumped it into a hole. Well, that's one way to start lemonade, I guess. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 44 allies. We're going up against 179 enemies. And we are off. Dr. Derp was in first place. JC. Hey, JC. 20 Amber is in second. Is it Midnight takes over first? Dr. Derp is in third. Dr. Derp is in first. JC is in third as Minag takes over second. I suspect that this is going to be painful. Baldahar is now in first place. Dr. Derp is in second. But Minag is in third. But we are balancing the numbers. So who knows? We may not be done yet. Baldahar's in first. Dr. Derp is in second. Minag is in third. We now have numerical superiority, so that's good. And we're done. We have won. Baldahar is in first place, 20 kill, 8 assist. Minag is in second place, 17 kill, 11 assists. Dr. Derp is in third, 13 and 13. We have Fairies, Shinobis, and Monk. And nobody claiming them. So Minag and Insoraptor get dusted. Dr. Derp, JC20 Ember gets stabbed. Decker Fox gets monked. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the boss. Oh, we'll even have an extra battle. Yeah, we'll see. And, okay. I'm not bothering with the archers. I want the event, which means I need assists. So, it's time for fairies. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle station. One battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 110 enemies. And Baldahar starts us in the lead. Menag is in second. Silver the Diamond Witch is in third. And Soraptor jumps into second place. Silver takes that away. Menag is in second again. Great Matt is in second. Baldahar maintains a comfortable lead. Great Matt is in second. Sprout Girl is in third. And we are basically done. Baldahar is in first place, 25 killed, 10 assists. Shiloh jumped in when I wasn't looking, 5 in second place, 5 killed, 15 assists. And Sprout Girl is in third, 8 kill, 12 assist. We've got fairies, we've got saints, we've got barbarians. We've got no one claiming them. So Menag gets the axe, Insoraptor is sanctified, and Spider Pop gets dusted. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. On par with the rest of the book. Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 120 enemies. And we are off. Various and Sundries in first place. Shello takes that over. Sir Kempsalot is in second. Menag is in second. Baldahar's in third. Darth Landjager has killed an epic. Various has killed an epic as well. Menag is in first. Baldahar's in second. Silver is in second. Baldahar's in third. And I believe that we are done. We have won. Menag is in first place, 3 kill, 31 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place, 29 kill, 1 assist. Baldahar is in third, 22 kill, 7 assist. We've got gold that no one is currently claiming. Therefore, Various and Sundry and Braggy, son of Odin, get gold. And, ooh, I get scrolls. And then we start the Super Boss Battle. And it's gonna be another fairy for me. Don't look up seriously. It is past 2 p.m. There you are. Time for me to visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25k. That is another refresh. And that is that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to visit the viewer side shop where Lancers get purchased. I am above 50k. That is a refresh. I am above 55. That is another refresh. I am above 60. That is a last refresh. And that is that. Oh, that's why I'm not. That's why I'm not finding them around my house. I have to go further. That's too wet. What's this? How did I miss that? Mm, 2 minutes ago. It may not have played. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 56 allies. We are going up against 41 enemies, and we are off. Managa's in first place. Baldahar takes that over. Managa's back in first. Okay, I missed to kill the boss. Charles, I think. Baldahar's in first. Managa's in second. Purple Catties is in third. As we take on the last of the enemies. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Baldahar is in first place, 14 kills. Minog is in second place, 3 kill, 9 assist. Purple Ketty is in third, 4 kill, 3 assist. We have Berserkers and Flying Rogues, and no one claiming them. So, Lamboro gets wings, Dex Karma and Keister go Berserk. And we move on to the next map, where we will have a gold chest. This is the last battle of the day. And it would be nice to be able to reach the super boss, but I don't know if we're going to make it. There's a good amount of battle. Alrighty, so we are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 4 hours. If I remember correctly, this one's fairly quick. So I think it might be 3 hours. So that's 7. If we cut a couple short, might be okay. We'll see. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Really? Just 400? Okay, that's why I never played. Don't know why I have that though. What the hell? I mean, it's not like I want to play the game. I'm just curious why it's no longer there. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies, and we are off. Bildus is in first place. Silver takes that over. Tramar is in third. Bildus is back in second place. Tramar is in first. Onyx is in second. Tramar is back in first. Silver is in second. Onyx is in third. And we are about to be done, I believe. There we go. All done. We have won. Silver, the Diamond Witch, is in first place, 4 kill, 8 assist. Tramar is in second place, 2 kill, 10 assist. And Great Matt is in third, 6 kill, 3 assist. We have Paladins, Vampires, and Gold that no one is currently claiming. So, Baldahar, Silver, the Diamond Witch, get Gold. Purple Kitties, Onyx, get Bitten. And Autumn April, get Pals. And thank you for the follow. I was wondering who you were, or how you'd come about. And this brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for an unknown battle that will take us to the gold, the boss, and maybe, if we can, speeding through to get to the middle map super boss. We'll see. I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will, let's see, who is online today. I guess. And we'll raid next. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives.